Hey, welcome. This is Sane. We're gonna do an FPS tutorial, and I'll put in links below to other channels you can check out, like Shogun, like Swamp Balls, like Primitic Bog, like Mutatus. People that made some awesome stuff back in the day in the editor and made a lot of it. So I'll definitely be featuring those creators. Sorry if I missed anyone else, but those that come to mind when it comes to skill game builds. And if you know me, Sane, I've made hundreds. So I can back up my claim. So we're going to be making an FPS today. A proper tutorial, because I feel like my first one, even though it got like a few thousand views, it wasn't really a proper tutorial because I had a shit microphone. And we're going to be making some of these FPSs. And we're showing the ins and outs, scoring system. So in this FPS tutorial, we're going to make a walking animation like this, where the camera moves up and down as you walk. A double jump, a triple jump, whatever jump you want. A gun swap animation. And a... You can see right there, I was just switching between game characters. That is actually very easy to do. But be careful not to spam the buttons, because that can lead into problems. I'm going to turn down the game volume a little bit here, so it doesn't overpower my voice here. So that's what we're going to do. So we're going to go exit the editor. And then we're going to start a new map. From scratch. And I'm going to be following side by side a thing that I built. And we're probably going to just build on the gas station. Maybe this sounds like a good idea to build here. It's a nice flat little plane. I recommend building something from scratch, not using the base environment. I always encourage people to build things from scratch. You can use the base environment if you want, but you can disable all of this and build up in the sky and make your own 3D levels. That's what I do, and it's really awesome. But for now, we're going to pretend that this gas station top is the FPS for now, because this is a baseline FPS tutorial. So what we're going to do is we're going to start by you can go to the editor settings, and then you can turn on your map or off your map. You can adjust all of these settings, or cursor sensitivity, all these settings. I recommend not putting focus camera on. You can show the buttons and the positions if you'd like, but I'm going to leave them off for now. Maybe I'll turn on the button visibility, since it's a tutorial, so you can see all the buttons and what they do, the layer mode and everything. So usually in an FPS, what you want is you really want to start with the back checkpoint first. You want to turn off the light source for it. And you can actually use the driving line for an FPS motion if you wanted to do like a physical animation, which I'm going to be using in my Skytown build. I'm going to be using like a monolift, and I'm going to lock my FPS character to the driving line, and I'm going to make him go through a like a little, you know, like a ski lift type of animation type of thing, which you could do pretty easily. So you're going to go to each checkpoint, turn it off. You're going to go to hold down on the D-pad to activate your circle. Then you can use your right stick to navigate through the menus, okay? All right, object finder is pretty nice. I'm going to teach you an object finder trick and technique really quickly. If you're close to an object that cannot be selectable, which is the closest object, you can go to object finder, and you can sort by distance. Anything closest to your camera will be selected, even if the item is unselectable. You can sort by ID, sort by name, or sort by distance. I prefer distance because When we get very complicated stuff, then you can also select multiple sources at once, and then select the stuff you want to change. That really helps when you have like a conjangled FPS with a lot of stuff, with a lot of emitters and stuff. And remember, some of the emitters in this game are pretty janky. Trials is not perfect, but you can make first-person stuff in the editor, so just keep that in mind when you're making this FPS. So I'm going to go to my favorites and take out my FPS code, which I'll be following this as a base plate. Not exactly, but something around these lines. Don't be overwhelmed. It's all right. Okay? Okay. So we're going to go back to the gas station. We're going to go to the object menu. And we're going to select a sphere under physics. This is going to be your game character. I usually like to set my game character to 5. But for now, we'll set it to 3. I like to take my cameras and I like to disable the visibility patterns so I can get rid of these lines. I like to go to my character, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to disable the visibility. I'm going to edit the frozen, turn off the sounds and vibrations for it, and put the bail all the way down. Same thing with the bike. I'm going to turn off the visibility, edit frozen, turn off the sounds, turn off the headlamp, and you can even turn down the color, which doesn't matter though. Now your rider's frozen and can't make sounds, and the headlamp is off because this headlamp actually lags the game because it's a dynamic light that casts shadows. So what we're going to do here is we're going to set up the FPS. We're going to go down on the D-pad. We're going to go to track settings. We're going to turn off music for this FPS tutorial. We're going to not touch any environmental settings. The environmental settings are to test your environment. So this is all for ambient stuff. You can watch the other tutorials I link in the bottom. We're going to set this to skill game. We're going to put this to easy. I usually recommend putting this as a hard if you're going to do complicated skill games that uses all the buttons. Make sure you only select the squid so everyone can try out the FPS, the first bike you get. Recommend bike the squid. Your countdown delay timer. It's nice to have a skip option so you don't have people to force to watch cutscenes, but if you don't want to force the writer to watch a cutscene, then you can leave this off. The delay after finish. I usually set this to the max time because you can skip it, of course. The medal times, we'll customize this as we get in depth into the FPS. Track description is you can say by me and what it's from, what are you doing, what type of game this is. The game instructions, I just recommend just putting like read the menus and customize your own little menu system, which is better. And then we're going to select our game character. So our game character is going to be this sphere. So meaning that this sphere is now the new game character. The crash error is disabled. Now when we go into settings, make sure your crosshair is disabled and your mini-map is disabled for track progression. We will touch the score settings on a later on in the video when we get in depth. Okay, so we're not going to touch the blue camera or the red camera. These are default cameras. They're going to follow the rider. But you can push these cameras back because they do get in the way. We won't be needing these cameras. Okay, the only thing we're going to need is the character bubble. This is called the physics sphere. Physics cannot happen if they're not under a sphere. This will always follow the rider no matter what. Remember, this checkpoint system is going to have checkpoints and all of that stuff. And you can be at any range wherever you want on the map. I've seen a lot of pretty bad checkpoint tutorials of this game, so I really want to make a full one here so people don't get confused. So make sure that it's following the game character and it's glued to target. So game character, and it's glued to target. So right now I think it's fine. You shouldn't have your physics bubble. Remember, the larger you increase this bubble, the more it's gonna lag the map, so you got to keep that in mind. I think we're good for now. Remember, if you want to make bullets, right? Bullets, right? We got to see what the orientation of the rider is, and then we can push this. If the gun is that way, we can just, you know. But no, you want to extend this bubble so when you spin around, you can have it adjusted. All right, so we're going to start with the menu. I'm probably going to make chapters on the YouTube algorithm so you can follow this a little bit easier. Okay. So I know I grabbed this from the menu, but I'm going to tell you how I did it so you're not confused. This is a camera. A camera can be found in triggers in common under custom camera. We're going to be using a custom camera. Okay. Usually under custom camera, what I set the settings to is I want this to be cut and interpolate. Turn this all the way down to 0. Make sure visualization is off. Go to this, make sure inherit settings is on. Make sure game camera is on. Okay. And yes. And then for letters, the letters I used for this menu is I went to Trials Fusion, I went to General, and I went to Letters. And then if you want to access primes, which I used for the buttons, is I went all the way to primes, and there's different types of primes you can use. I think I used this one. Or I possibly used this one as well. And I just colored it. So we're going to go back into the camera. Make sure your camera is set to game camera. Okay. Make sure your visual settings. Make sure your inherit settings is off. Turn this off. Okay. Then you can go to visual settings, go to exposure and brightness, take your exposure, and then go to here. All right. So this is the starting camera. So we're going to have a jump, we're going to have a run, or we're going to have a Y is to start. This script right here will determine the camera's exposure setting. So right now it's starting at 100. And then when we turn it on, it's going to go down to 0, meaning it's going to fade from regular camera exposure to black. And then in that transition period, it's 1 second. So it's probably going to be 2-second transition or 1-second transition period transitioning to the next camera. Okay? So right now it's off. Okay, let's set up the menu system. The menu system's already set up. Let's set up if you wanted to have different cameras for different menus, let's just say. So what we're going to do here is we're going to copy. We're going to ungroup this. Go to the selection menu. And move this. I don't know why the other one didn't follow. Now be mindful, in the trials editor, things can happen, bugs can happen. And I'll teach you what type of bugs you can expect. Always make sure to don't copy too much stuff, or else, you know, you will have problems in the editor. So this is going to be a different camera change for a different menu. It's going to tell you what to do. And then this is the start menu, of course. Very basic and generic. Okay, so we're gonna set up the buttons now. Okay, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna go all the way to triggers and events, and we're gonna go select the Y button. And then we're also going to select the B button as well. So the B button in this game is pretty bad, and it's actually not really workable. So what we're going to do here is we're going to disable the B button so you can't hit the B button by accident. What I like to do is I like to press Y, pick a new value, go here. The value is going to be set to 3. And so now we cannot press B anymore. Okay. All right, and we're going to remove the sun as well because the sun is in the way. Put it right in the center, so it's going to be upright. Okay, so we're going to set up the menus now. So we know that we want Y to be the start value to start our skill game, right? So we're going to say Y start. We're going to grab a state event. We're going to say on press, and then we're going to the off event. We're going to turn off the Y button. Okay. Then in 1 second, we're going to do a transition. And we're going to turn on some settings, right? We're going to turn on, we're going to hide the menus that are displayed here. We're going to turn on physics for our physical game character. And we're going to spawn the new camera as well. So all those events are going to be happening at once. Now, if you don't know how to use this editor tutorial shouldn't be for you. So make sure you go watch the other tutorials if you're stuck. Now we're going to hide everything here. Sometimes when you have objects within objects, they're very hard to select. Now I'm sure I could edit this out and speed this up, but you can skip this if you'd like. I'm just showing you how it's like to actually make a map, because a lot of people like to judge, you know, my stuff and saying it's bad, but they have no clue the amount of work it actually takes to actually make something like this. Right. You know, maybe you can call them trolls or whatever, but I call them fucking retards. You know, because don't be a fucking retard. Don't be an asshole and say someone's work is shit when you have no idea how much work it takes to make that piece of work. That's my piece of advice to give you. Okay, so what we're going to do here is I'm going to copy this base trait. So usually it's going to be 170. You know, if you're telling me, why don't you memorize this? Well, first of all, this takes weeks to do. And I want to spare you the pain. So for right now, we're going to say 170. And friction is 1000 because we want to move back and forth very quickly. You can lower this number if you want to have a more realistic roll, but we're not going to really have that sort of thing. Make sure your friction is at 99 and your angular damping is at 95. Make sure your restitution is 0. Make sure your buoyancy is 0. Buoyancy is floating water. Restitution is 0. You want this contact response. You can take off collision for this. You can, this is not really going to be a fast object, so we're not going to say fast object. But we're going to say fast object anyway because we don't want our character going through the floor. So yeah. And then we're going to have custom gravity, of course. So we're going to set that value in a second. Alright, so now we're going to move on to the more complicated stuff of the tutorial. But before then, we're going to make a menu system. We're gonna go to to cycle through the cameras. We're probably gonna say A button is the right trigger. And remember, the thing that I hate about the trials editor is there's a lot of combo buttons, right? The right trigger is going to share with A, and then the left trigger is going to share with X, which is kind of annoying because it doesn't make enough buttons for trials. That's why certain skill games where I can't add a lot of stuff because I ran out of buttons. So keep that in mind as well. So we're going to use right trigger to go through the menus, right? So we're going to put 2 right triggers. We're going to share the impulse back and forth. We don't want it on release, thank you. We want it on press. And this is how you make some menu buttons. But I actually recommend to not break the menus, but I mean these menus are not really going to break. They're only swapping between the menus. So if the menus break, you can put a delay interval between your ons. So there's like a little bit of a delay just in case you break the menus. We're also going to put a camera change because that's all we need right now. Okay, so we're going to select the first camera, which is the original camera. We're going to select actually the second camera, and then the other camera is going to revert back to the original camera. See? It highlights blue when you select it. Now there's a bug in the editor. If you select too many blue arrows at one time, sometimes they don't work. So I recommend if you have too many hidden objects and not a lot of them are being disappeared, you have to spawn a new hidden event from the item and just combine it and then reselect the items that are glitching out. If there's too many red arrows, sometimes the red arrows don't register. That's a problem within the trials editor. So yeah, so we're going to select these menus, make sure this menu is off, and this menu is always on because it's the first one. Make sure every time you turn on a button, you turn off the exact button. And then this one crisscrosses, you see that? You follow here. Now the menu system should work now. Now we're going to create an invert button system. So the invert button is going to invert our controls. I recommend having the invert system really good, okay? Because you get a lot more people to play your maps. Shout out to Nova Darkstorm. Right, and then you can test out your inverted controls when you come in, you know, when you test out the map. So we're gonna do an RB for the x-axis to invert the horizontal axis, and then we're gonna go all the way to the right stick, and we're gonna activate our vertical axis, which is up and down. Now again, with being the other buttons, you want to disable these actions. And then when we go through the menus, we're actually going to turn off some functions and turn on some functions. The functions we're going to turn off is I recommend having the buttons all off. But we're not going to do that. What we're going to do is we're going to use the off event, and we're going to turn off all the buttons that are in the main menu because we don't want to use them again. And we don't want to reactivate them. So those are going to be disabled when you go into the game. You'll have to press the restart button, the back button, to re-enter the menu again. So what we're going to do here is we're going to create more state events. Multi-select, and then multi-select these two on. And again, if these break, you can always add delays between the on switches. Now, it's pretty much rinse and repeat right now. We're just going to combine and share the impulse between these buttons. On press. Now, if you want something on down and on release, that's like holding a button down and then releasing it. That's like firing a laser or something constantly. You can do that. We're gonna do that eventually. However long this video is going to take. Because this is very complicated. And we're going to get complicated. So remember, for every button you do, you're going to create an off event to turn off the previous button. And then we're going to swap buttons again. Same thing with this one, but I think we already done the offs. So you got to make sure the highlighted blue, and then we're going to swap on functions again with the function. So you have a two-way button indicator here. Now, obviously, when it comes to inverting access in this game, we're going to have a set value event. And the set value event will determine the axis between one axis and another. So usually it's a positive and a negative for each of the axes, the up and down vertical and the horizontal axis, when you move your first person character. This is what this function is going to do. So usually it's going to work in the decimal stages. In Trials Fusion, it was in the wholes when it comes to number ranges. Okay, so when you invert, it's obviously going to be negative 0.3. And then when you go back, it's going to be positive 0.3. The default value is going to be positive 0.03. Now, the reason why I say 3, because a 3 sensitivity value, I think, is like a 5. So from a scale to 1 to 10, 3 is pretty much normal, 0 is like super slow, and then 6 is super fast. Okay, just take that into consideration. And then if you want to increase the values up and down, you can also create logic as well, which we're probably going to do. All right, when you create these sort of menus, make sure to tell people that the A button is to go to the next menu as well. So you could say A, and then you can write next page. You know, so we're just gonna write this. All right, but we're not gonna do that. Just to give you some heads up when you make some menus. So we're gonna start our skill game. Y is to start. Okay. You see what happened there? So A is to switch the menus. Okay. So you see what happened there? So we need another camera here. And that camera is not going to be the game camera. Okay, so what we need to do is there was already a mistake there. We're not going to select that camera. We're going to select a new camera. Okay. When we press Y, we're going to turn on the exposure event. Share the impulse to the delay. And share this. Press X to disable it. And press A to enable it. And then we're going to select the new... we're going to select this exposure. So we go back to test it. When we press Y, it's going to exposure to black. Now, we never created the second camera, so the second camera doesn't work. Okay. So we're going to do that. So now we can press A to swap between menus. See, and then there's no camera delay. We won't be able to break the menus. And here, we can select the axes. Okay, so what we're going to do to select the axes to make sure they're working is we're going to do a color event. So when we activate the axis, it's going to be green, and then it's going to go back to black. So this one is going to be default black, and this one we can say red because it's on, or we can actually say green. And then we can copy this for the next to give us a visual representation that is actually working. So that's the plan. Now this is going to be the horizontal axis, which is going to be the X button. And this one's going to be the vertical axis, which is going to be the Y. Now we can test it. A button, we're going to... Again, make sure when you're testing skill games to go to the menu and turn off the extra buttons. That's what just happened there. So press A, press A, press A. So in this menu, or it doesn't matter if we're in this menu or not, we can say RB, RB, RB on, RB off, RB on, RB off, R3 on, R3 off, R3 on, R3 off. We can hit both of them at the same time. And then, yeah. Means that they're on. And then when they're on and this is on, we can go back and they're always on. As soon as I press Y, they're going to be locked into place, meaning that it will be inverted. You'll have to reset the game in order to reset this option again. So that is the start of the FPS. I recommend saving this into an FPS. So I'm going to be calling this 1, 2, 3 FPS. When you're making maps, I recommend saving 2 or 3 versions of this map just in case the file gets corrupted. So you should do 1 to 3 FPS, 1 to 3 FPS 1, 1 to 3 FPS 2. So you'll have backups. Always back up your saves. I've lost whole maps because of this. Don't make the same mistake as I did. You'll be heartbroken. It should be the first map on our list up here. Or one of the first maps. It's right there. 1, 2, 3 FPS 2021. This one right here. Okay, now we got the menus to work. Now what do we else we want to work? Oh yeah, I remember. Okay, we're gonna start with the HUD menus next. So if you want a HUD menu, I usually like to set up these different HUD menus. So your primary primary score is going to be a variable data source. Your secondary score, which is the timer, is going to be a linear data source. And then your ternary score is going to be another data source. Okay? And then your health bar is going to be another data source. And we're actually going to program the health bar over here. Okay. So let's do a timer. So the timers that I like to do is I like to set this to the max value, which is 1 hour. And then the end value is going to be 200. I usually like to set this value to 220. Around 215. So that's going to be the time. You see? 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. So let's add that a little bit faster then. One, two. Okay, that's gonna be the data source. We're gonna have that running though. Actually, it's gonna be the timer's gonna be off. As soon as the event starts, we're gonna turn on the timer. Okay, we're gonna go into track settings. We're gonna go into score and HUD settings. We're gonna edit the primary score value. We're gonna say data source. We're gonna say top left. We're going to say generic. We're going to say score. We're going to select the primary score value. We're going to say descending. It's not ascending. The secondary value, we're going to go to data source. We're going to go to this one, top left 2. We're going to go to time. We're going to set the max time to 250 minutes. We're going to say time. We're going to select the secondary score value. Now, the third one is pretty simple. We're just going to add the same thing. Going to go to descending because ascending is descending. And we're going to say items. Okay. Now, I'm sure that this secondary value is ascending. We can go back and double check. And secondary value is ascending. Ascending means that it's going to start and then end, and it's so ascending, ascending and descending. It tells you a description there. Ascending means lower and descending means higher. So that's pretty much what it is. So timer, we want ascending. So now we have our own custom timer. See that? It's off right now until we hit the start button. It's going to be on. Now, we don't want it to count the time as soon as we start the menu. So what we want to do is we want to say don't start timer now, but only when we start the game we will start the timer. You can stop this timer when you go into an inventory menu like I have in my Resident Evil skill game, and then stop the timer so the time actually stops when you're in your inventory, and then time begins again when you're back into the gameplay. Players will love you when you add that feature into your game. These can also be used for lap timers if you wanted to make a racing car skill game. You're going to have up to 6 different menus there. So you can have up to 5 lap times, and then the 6th time could be your main time. Okay, and then the health bar over here is going to be the health bar. So we are going to go back to the HUD score menus. And we're going to go to this menu. We're going to go blah, blah, blah. We want one of these. This is going to be our health bar. And then our minimum is going to be 0. And our max is actually going to have to be set to 1000. It's going to be descending. And it's going to be generic, and it's going to be our health or energy. Our energy is going to be set to 1000. So this is going to be our health. When this reaches 0, we will die. Okay? We're going to set some max values for our new health system. We're going to use an interval trigger that's going to be constantly active. Make sure this is set to 1 tick. We're going to have one of these because we're going to have 2 of them at the same time. Powering. This is a multitask event. Go down here. Okay, we're going to have 2 generic filters. Okay. We're going to be calculating comparison value 1, which is our health. Okay, this is how we're going to create a max value. When the value reaches less than or equals, so or equals or less than 0, which is 0 or anything less than 0, we're going to die. So what we're going to do is we're going to we're going to lose some points. Now we're going to go back into our score system here, and we're going to go back to the minimum and go to negative whatever the max value is. So now we can go down to negative 15 bazillion billion, right? We're going to decrease our score by negative 50 as a penalty. Okay. And then we're going to take this and we're going to say decrease this score if you die. And then we're also going to trigger the respawn system, which we're going to do pretty soon here. So this is going to trigger the death animation. You can have any sort of death animation if you want. And then you can have like a transition cutscene. So I'm just going to transition straight to the death scene. Right to the teleporter, of course. That's if you go below 1000. Now, since this is going to be like a Metroid skill game, we're going to make sure that if you're greater than 1000, so if you're greater or equals to 1000, the health won't be more than 1000. So what we're going to need here is we're going to say have to make this 1000. And say set. So our health doesn't go past 1000, so we just made a set to 1000. And make sure we power both of these generic filters on or they're not going to work. Now what I just explained to you here, this could be done with ammo systems. Less than equals, you'll shoot no bullets. And then you can also have max ammos as well. As my Resident Evil skill game, I have this as well. You can tie these to extra HUD menus to see how much ammo you have. If you have less than 0 or less, you will fire no more bullets. If you have more than a certain amount, your bullet will be at a max number of bullets. So this could be also into ammo systems as well. So right now we're at 1000, meaning that, let's just say greater. If it's greater than 1000, it will be 1000. So we gotta set this to 1000. Okay. If this is greater than 0, then we will reset the value. So right now, it's not working, you see. So if this becomes greater than 1000, it will always be 1000. If this is less than or equals to 0, you will die. Okay. And then when you respawn, it's going to go back to 1000 again. Okay. So now let's create a portal system. Okay. Now a portal system is pretty easy to do. So we're going to grab a portal. When you spawn one, they're going to be always locked to the driving line, which is pretty damn annoying. But you can unlock it from the driving line and put it in three-dimensional space. You always want the checkpoint system to be down like this. You want to create another type of checkpoint like that. So you want 2 of them. Make sure both of these are linked. Okay. Make sure you go to the portal settings and you make sure these are off. The enables are off. Make sure your advanced portal settings are like this. Make sure you keep the orientation. Make sure it's activated by object instances, which is going to be the new game character, which we never set up yet. So now you see a difference now. This is going to be your respawn point. So it doesn't matter how many you do, you're going to have several respawn points. You're going to have an index value now. The index value is the number of checkpoints you have. This can be triggered to your death system, and you can also trigger this to your checkpoint system as respawn points. So if you want to make physical boxes, you can respawn them. If you wanted to make fall areas, you can respawn them. So for now, we're going to make this save points. So we're going to add this to the new active portal. The active portal is pretty much going to be set to 0 because it's a starting portal for the level. So this, if you die, you're going to start all the way back from the beginning of the level. If you want people to spawn at a different checkpoint, you can just copy this and put it somewhere else. So this is going to be the default point of the thing. So this is going to be your other point, and there's a problem. If you follow this to your character, it's not really going to work properly. So you're going to have to tie the physical settings to variable data source as well, the physical type. Okay, so your physical type right now is going to be set to 3. 3 is the value for saying no collision. And that's active portal. So if you go to a new area, you're going to have a new active portal. You understand? And this is the new portal. Okay, so what we're going to do here is when we die, we're going to activate this portal to say yes. We're going to select a delay interval of before that, we're actually going to do a set value event of 1. Is this? We're going to copy the same one, and on the other side, we're going to say 3. We're going to make sure the invert is going to be -50. The interval is going to be 50 milliseconds. Okay, and we're pretty much creating a teleporting system right now. You can create a sound effect for this, but since this is a tutorial, you can add sound effects and visual effects, whatever you want when you die. You can add all this stuff. Okay? So I'm probably going to add a visual effect anyway when I take damage. So keep that in mind. Okay? When I take damage, I'm going to create some sort of visual effect so you could learn about that. So this is going to be the active portal system. You can have multiple of these. Make sure if you want to have different multiple, you can have like area triggers. You can combine the first area trigger to the player, and then object instances 2 is going to be to whatever floor space you want, right? Make sure the triggers are disabled so they can work all the time. And then what you can do here is grab a set value event. And select whatever event is going to happen. So we're going to have checkpoint 1, and then we're going to have checkpoint 2 or checkpoint 0, which is the starting animation, right? But we don't have to do checkpoint 0. So we're just going to say checkpoint 1. Checkpoint 0 is the start. We're not going to start from the start no more. We're going to select checkpoint 1, and checkpoint 1 is going to be selected to the active portal. Okay. So this is going to be the portal system. The portal system is going to work when you die. And it's going to revert back. And then we're going to make sure that it's going to say 1000 again. Because you did respawn, you're going to replenish your health all over again. You're going to have full health again. Alright. So that is the active portal system. It's pretty easy. But we forgot to do one thing. We're going to have to create a following animation. So to create a following animation, we're going to grab this tool card, set this to local, set this to this, turn off that, we don't need that. Go to the vectors, or the data sources, grab this object info vector. We're going to tell the portal to follow the game character at all times. We're going to say to follow this. We're going to say portal will follow game character at all times. We're going to set the coordinates X, Y, and Z. The portal will always follow our game character, no matter what. So now this is a checkpoint system. So I'll be going through the video on YouTube and editing this into chapters. So it's easy for you guys to follow. So you don't do this in one session. We're already at the hour mark. We only have done the checkpoint system, the HUD system, and the main menu system, and the inverted stuff. Oh boy, this is going to get complicated. Fasten your seatbelts. It's going to get real. Okay. So we've done the checkpoint systems. Let's create the first person character now. If you wanted to skip that along the chapter to go straight to the first person character, we're going to do the first person character right now. So the first person character, we're going to start with an interval trigger. We're going to set that to 1 tick. Now this is, I recommend having the whole setup off in the beginning and then turn it on as soon as you start your game. So we're going to say, we're going to turn on this interval trigger, which is going to power the whole FPS logic. So at the end of it, I'm going to turn it off, and then this thing's going to turn it on because we created our start event. Okay, this is going to hide all the menus, and this is going to be for the first person camera. Okay, I'm going to create a third person tutorial in the next video, and we're going to do a third person setup. And the third person setup is going to be a little bit different, actually. We're not going to do all of this. We're going to go straight into it, and yeah. Okay. So in this setup, what we're going to do is we're going to follow that chain. So we're going to lay out some tool cards here. We're going to grab 4. That's right. 4 object position events. Okay. We're going to grab 2 set value events, 2 generic filters, 4 set value events. I'm going to set this up a little bit differently here so it's more understandable. And then we're going to tell you what each function does. Yay. Always save your skill game just in case the game crashes. Okay, we're going to start by passing this inner vault over to everything here. The only thing we're going to do is pass the red dotted line over. That's all we're going to do. This is going to be a chain of events. And then we're going to pass the false event to here. So it's going to be a constant interval. We're going to do the true event here. Now the false event is actually not working here. We're going to grab an add event and an add event there. Okay, so yeah. We're going to grab an add event. An add event here. And an add event here. And then we're going to grab some vectors. Yep. So we're going to grab some vectors here, and the vectors are going to be your x, your y, and your z. So you got to set this to y, and you got to set this to z. And we're going to combine our coordinates to our game character, which is right here. Now remember, since we're starting with the game character, I'm going to go through. This is the settings I set for the advanced physics. And we're going to play around with these and tweak these as we go along, right? This is going to be the setup aspect of it. I think for what I remember, I'm going to double check here. Those are going to put 2 more of these tool cards up here. So we're going to multiply. And then we're going to add some generic values here because this is going to be actually our sensitivity. So this is actually going to be the sensitivity aspect. And the sensitivity we all know is 0.03. And then we're going to go back to our sensitivity, which is here. We don't know the distances yet, so we're going to say, going to go to this chess piece event. Going to be the right stick vertical value. And this is going to be the right stick horizontal value. This is going to be to move our right stick camera. Okay, vertical and horizontal. I'm going to double check here what I have here. Vertical, horizontal. 0.03. So make sure both of these are set to multiply. We're going to multiply operand 1, press Y to here. Operand 1 multiply to here. Okay. Controller main, I think we're just going to do operand 2 here. Operand 2 here. All right, the horizontal is obviously the X. So the X is this one. And the Y is the other one. Okay, so greater and then less then. All right, so we're gonna set this one to, damn, I totally forgot now because it's a different orientation. So it's less and then greater. Less and then greater. This is going to be for or looking up and looking down. So I think less was positive and greater was negative, right? No, less is negative. Okay. Less negative. So we're going to say negative -40 negative 40. And then here we're going to say positive 70, and then positive 70. All right then. Now we're going to start editing these camera stuff. So these are going to be decreases, values, value decreases. I'm going to set both of these to decrease the values. They're going to share the value between the top coordinate. Like that. And then we're going to share the values there. Both of the comparison values. We're going to go to this one, and then that's the value for there. Got it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go here. Value. Value. And both of these comparison values. One. Going to go here. So now the chain will work, you see? Boom. Done. Okay, and now these two values has got to go somewhere. Right? And then we're going to just change the vertical axis, of course. So if you think about it, you can actually have one for the horizontal as well. So you see how you have this here? You can actually lock the horizontal axis as well. Let's say if you wanted to lock your horizontal axis, you can actually do that as well. Yes. You can lock your horizontal axis if you'd like. So we're locking our vertical axis right here down on the bottom, but we can also lock our horizontal axis as well if you want, but we're not going to lock it though. So if you ever wanted to create a skill game where you lock your left and your right and you just want to do the center point, maybe if you want to do a going forward skill game, you can take both of these, put it to here, and then both of these comparison values, and then put them to here. And then you can lock your horizontal axis, and you can also lock your, well, right now we're locking our vertical axis. So that's what we're doing right now. And we'll play around with these values a little bit more, actually, when we get the whole system to work. Okay, we got pretty much one of the easiest parts to go. Now the kind of complicated part. Okay, so y, x, y, x. So this axis is going to be for rain. Just trying to see here, what's this doing? Okay. Okay, so for this one, we want to create local off. I don't think we need this at all. We're going to say x-axis to x-axis, y-axis to y-axis, and z-axis to z-axis. We're going to do the bottom value to -10. This is if you want rain or some sort of debris following your feet of the rider. And we're going to make sure our operand is y. Okay? Because it doesn't make any sense. So we put our y coordinate to here, but then we're going to share the link. And the link is operand 1 to y. You understand? I hope it's clear. This one is not going to be any of use right now because we're not going to add any following raindrops. Okay? But if you're having performance issues, you can. This is an alternate step in your FPS stuff that you could add some environmental stuff following you. Now we're going to work on the more complicated ones. And this is going to be a little bit something here. So for the second one, it's the same thing. Your x is x, your y is y, and your z is z. So we're going to go back to here. And we're going to say local. Your x is x, your y is y, and your z is z. Okay? Local, set rotation. This is, we're going to work on the camera now. To position the camera with orientation with our player. And that's going to be yaw. So the yaw is going to be here. We set the pitch to 90. So what we're going to do here is we're going to say set rotation was already done. The yaw is going to be triggered to here. And the pitch is going to be 90. Make sure you follow this exactly, because if you don't, it's really going to cause problems. So make sure you follow this exactly. We're not going to connect any event targets yet. We're just going to set everything up first so we don't make any mistakes, okay? Because if you screw this up, it's a fucking pain in the ass to go back and figure out what the hell you did wrong. So make sure you follow this exactly how I'm presenting it here. Okay, and the second one is actually very important. It's going to be x is x, y is y, and z is z. So you should be following this part of the video right here. So local, uncheck. X is x, y is y, z is z. We're going to say local checkoff, set rotation on. I'm going to go back and see what I did here. So we're going to say yaw to this one and pitch to 90. All right. So we're going to say yaw to this one and pitch to positive 90. Positive 90, you see there? I saw that this was a subtract, so we're going to have a subtract icon there. Now we're going to go back and see what I did with the subtract, because I don't remember this, even though I made it. The operand is going to be the same one here, looks like. Operand 1 and operand 2 is 90. So operand 1 is here. No. Scratch that. That was a mistake. Operand 1 is here. And this is 90. Which, if it's working, it should subtract it to negative 90. It should be 90, 90. Negative 90 and positive 90 if you do it right. If this is not right, then you did something wrong. 90, you see? And this is going to be local off. I don't know what those are yet. Going to be position Z. Position X, what am I talking about? Position X. Position Y. Position Z. Operand 1 or operand, I'm going to go back and see so I don't fuck this up. We're going to say add. Operand 1 is Y. Operand 2 is that. So operand 2 is actually going to be an animation. This is going to be our bobbin weaving animation, which is going to have a few data sources which are going to set up pretty much near the end here. So our operand 1 is going to be the y-axis. So operand 2 is going to be the bobbing and weaving animation, which is pretty much going to be off. Start is going to be, I don't know, 2. And our end value is going to be, I have no idea yet. That's going to be the bobbing and weaving animation. And since this is bobbing and weaving, we're going to say looping. And invert second half. And we're probably going to say that. Told you it was going to be complicated. And we're going to find out other values soon as well. We're going to go back and see what I did with this other value here. Let me combine it to this value and then this value. Going to be that one. So yaw is that and pitch is, got it. So then you're going to come here to this event right here we just picked. Go down here, set rotate, modify. So make sure, don't touch this, make sure this is unchecked. Set rotation, make sure your yaw is this, and your pitch is this. Don't touch anything else. Now I'm going to see if I have that correct here. My yaw is here. My pitch is here. So my yaw should be there and my pitch should be there. So I made a mistake. My yaw should be here and my pitch should be here. So it's the opposite. So make sure your yaw is on the opposite end here and your pitch is here. Okay? So make sure you have that. Okay? So your X, Y, and Z should already be positioned here in your operand there. Now we're going to grab a camera from the inventory. Cut and interpolate the camera. Inherit settings. Okay. Exposure settings. Alright, so we're going to select this as the camera that's going to be following our player. So this is going to be the first person camera that's going to be following this player here. So it's slightly above the game character, you see? And therefore, it's because of this value. This is your end value. And this is your start value. Your start value is your height above the character between your end value. We're probably just going to set this probably just to 2. And to create a walking animation, we'll do that after. We're going to subtract these 2 values to create a walking animation. It's already set to looped, invert second half, and Sane. You can create factored through these preset animations to create a more suitable and more animation that suits your preferences. So that's the character there. We're going to create a fade event for the character. Should be ease in. So we're just going to go here. Exposure. So now it's a black screen. When we hit this event, this screen is going to go from black to open again. No, I did that wrong. We don't select the camera, we select this. We make sure this is off, so it works only when it wants to. We're going to create some sort of damage indicator here for visual effects. Glitchy. Okay, so intensity is going to be set to 0 for now, and rate is going to be set to 100. So whenever we take damage, right, we're going to say, going to go to our set value events, and we're going to say the spawn rate and then the intensity range. We're going to set this to 300. We're gonna set this to 10. So, and that's the intensity and then the rate. So it's like we're taking damage as well. We're gonna create an event here that's gonna create the damage, which is going to be our player character. And we're going to say we're going to decrease by a certain value here. And we're going to decrease by let's just say 25 value. We're going to go back to the health bar, which is all the way over here. We're going to decrease this by 25. We can make a sound effect, which we're going to do whenever we take damage loss. Taking damage loss, we're going to hear that thing. Lower it a bit there. So every time we take damage, we're going to do that. We can also say every time we're in water, we could do something. So we're going to create a value here, which we're going to do a different type of value here. It's going to be if we're ever, let's say if you land in lava, let's just say you want to decrease value. I'm going to make you set up this right now. Might as well just give you everything, give you the entire package. So we're going to say when we touch the lava, and then when we leave the lava. So when we touch the lava, okay, we are going to have an interval event constantly taking our health away. I recommend setting this to 1 or you're gonna die very quickly. So yes, that's what's gonna happen. So we're going to do that. So this is when you touch the lava. Make sure both of these are selecting to the lava. Remember, this is on hit and on leave. As soon as you leave the lava. You can even add like a lava burning effect, but we already have the effect here. And we'll make sure we have to tie this event to this event. No, just to the sound event. So it's going to always do the event. Right? Or even better, you can tie it to a better event, like a lava burning effect, like a constant, like burning effect, you know what I'm saying? So that's what we're gonna do here. So we're gonna have this. And then that's just gonna be that event there. We know what that's gonna do. This is for the lava fire. You can grab a an on-hit event here. So if you wanted a fire on your thing, we're probably going to do that after. It's just a bonus. Speed this video up a little bit. We're hitting the 2-hour mark. This is very complicated. Sorry. It can get way worse when you want to create your own game and trials. Trust me. So we're going to do that. Make sure that this is off. Alright, so what we're going to have here is and test out our thing. We're going to save it. Okay, the reason why that's not happening is we forgot to select our camera here. You see, our camera moves exactly as we want it to. We can look up and we look down. Okay, so we can adjust our looking up and down here. I'm guessing this is our looking down, so we're going to say -40, -40. -40, and we can go back and test to see what happened. Yeah, you see? Now we can only look down like this. And we can look up. So, looking up, you usually want to set this to -90. I'm going to say -85. You can look up 85 degrees up. And I'm going to give you another tip here. Might as well show it off now. You can grab a random event and then say extract function so you know what to do here. So I'm going to write in keywords look up. And then I'm going to write here look down. So your looking up and looking down won't be confused anymore. So we will look down a little bit farther this time. Probably 60. We can look down farther and look all the way up to the sun now. We look all the way around. You see? We can't move yet because we never done a moving aspect yet. We completed the right stick stuff. Now we can actually test out the inverted controls. When you're inverted, when you go left, you go left, and we go right, you go right. When you look up, you go up, and we go down, you go down. We can press back, press A, RB, right stick, press Y. Now when we look left, we should go right, and when we go right, we should go left. When we look up, we should go down, and when we look up, when we look down, we should go up. That's inverted. The inversions are working. The inverteds are working. Okay. Just testing my audio to see my audio is working properly here. Okay. So that's pretty much what we have now. We have the basis of a camera work logic here. If you were following along, your camera should be working correctly. Now let's add an FOV system to our camera. Now we're not going to add an FOV zoom. You can add an FOV zoom if you want as well. But maybe having an FOV camera in the beginning might be worthy, you know. So in the beginning you can grab this camera, go to FOV and tie it to a slider. You understand? So I can say FOV is 57. That's the custom value. Right? Alright, you can have like different types of FOVs switching, right? You can create a button input to change your FOV. You can have different settings of FOV if you want in the menu, but make sure you turn off your buttons if you do another menu to customize your FOV. So if you want your FOV to come back to see around you a little bit better, you could do that. So we're going to say zoom is L3, right? So we're going to create the zoom on this character as well. So this is going to be the FOV for the zoom. you can actually tie the FOV to a variable data source, so the zoom is not um, not right away. So you can add this instead, an FOV of this. I'm probably gonna do that. I guess we can go as far as 20 if you want. So it's going to be L3. So we're going to say, this is going to be zoom. I'm going to be a little bit different here. So we're going to zoom out to see what happens there. FPS is pretty much almost done, so if you got through to this part of the video, it means that you can give yourself a pat on the back because you've done some complicated stuff in the editor. So now you can actually give yourself a pat on the back. We're going to say on down. We actually don't even need this. We can just do this, really. We're going to say on down and then on release. We're going to test it out to see what happens. Hit the wrong button. It looks like that is zooming in. So we want to reset when disabled. Hopefully I can not loop this. You can zoom in there. But if I unrelease the button, it goes back. See how am I zooming in there? See that? And then we can create a little zoom button there. We're gonna say zoom, unzoom, zoom. So as in real life, if you take a camera and zoom and it gets a lot harder in sensitivity wise to aim when you do the zoom. You understand? And in the game, we'll start to freak out a little bit here. All right, then. So we created the zoom function. If you wanted to do a different type of zoom, like a more of a fixed in zoom, I recommend just doing it like this, really. So you can have different types of zooms here. I usually just like to doing it like this. So our default FOV, we're gonna reselect it again, is gonna have to be and you could do this coming back as well. You don't have to do it going forward. If you want an FOV going back, you could do this as well. So the FOV default is set to 57. We're not gonna screw people's eyes up here. Okay, so we're gonna say we're going to add 1, 2, 3 to this. Copy the whole thing. Say to here, and then add a set value event and say zoom in and go back to default. So the default is 57. The default going in is 47. And then the zooming in value is 37. I usually do this because I like to put a lot of detail in my maps so people can see the details a little bit better, and then the camera doesn't do that zoom in like a sniper rifle scope. You could do this is almost just like Halo or something, where you could zoom in and have an effect even like appear like a little scope. You could do all of that if you want. Make sure you pass the intervolt. Make sure you combine all of these, multi-select to the FOV. Make sure both of these buttons are off. Make sure you turn on this button, turn on this button, and you go back to the original button. This is how you make inventory menus as well, exactly like this. If you wanted to cycle, remember, I probably didn't show you. I probably did show you in the beginning of this video some sort of inventory. If I didn't, then I don't know. If you want to cycle weapons through an inventory, you can set it up like this. Make sure each button is off. This button is off. Make sure these two buttons are off. And make sure these two buttons are off. All right, now we can test it. Press A. Start. We could move around. There we go. All right, now we're gonna add some moving to our character now. Shouldn't be that hard, actually. It's actually very easy. We're gonna add it over here. We're gonna go back into, we're gonna actually give it a save. Make sure to save your map all the time. Okay, so we're going to go back into tool cards. We're going to select one of these events. We're going to go all the way to left stick vertical value. Then there's going to be right stick horizontal value. We're going to grab one of these. We can create these values here. We're going to go into physics. We're going to grab an area effector. We're going to set one to vertical, which is that way. And we're going to set one to horizontal, which is that way. We're going to make sure both of these are set to 0.10, which is going to be following our player anyway. We're going to make sure the force settings, we're going to make sure the fade is 0. We're going to make sure the objects it's affecting is object instances, which is this sphere ball right here. And then we're going to put one of these here, because this is going to be our speed for our character. We're going to make sure our operand 2 is that. We're going to make sure our directional force is that. We're going to make sure our multiply operand 2 is this. We're going to see if that's correct, if I made it over here correct. It is, but then we got to switch up. I don't think it really matters what is our operand 1s and operand 2s, but our operand 2 and our operand 1, just to be on the safe side, we're going to switch them. So this is going to be our game character speed. I usually like to set a default value to 380. Okay, now once we got that, we're going to go back into this menu and I'm going to see if all these settings are correct, which I done. Yes. Now, this is where this comes in handy. This one right here, nothing. This one right here is going to be the vertical. The second OPE in our rig, which is this one, is going to command the vertical positioning of our movement. Okay. I'm going to go back to this one and see what our third one does. I mean, what our... Did I do this right? Our second one, gonna do our vertical, and our third one is going to do our horizontal. So our second OPE is going to do the vertical. And our third OPE is going to do the horizontal. So I did that wrong already, but now it's right. So remember, the second OPE, this one right here, is going to object event targets to the vertical. And then the horizontal is going to be this one. Okay. We're going to make sure our physics bubble is off. Visualization. Let's test it out to see if it works. It's working, but it's not working at the same time. Now something is off with the controller here. Finding out what I did wrong. When you press start, everything should be this. The camera and the thing should always be following the rider. So what we got to do here is we're going to create a new camera here to see what I did wrong. Look myself in a third-person experience. Out-of-body experience we're going to do. So we're going to take the camera and test out from a different perspective. We're going to turn on the thing. So we should be turning like that. So that is working correctly. Horizontal. So we move in horizontal. So what's going on is one target is moving while the other one is not. That's what's going on here. So that's a little bit of a problem. We got to find out why that's not really working. We're going to set this back to the original default camera. deselect this, select it back to our first person character, and so our horizontal is not moving. Our vertical is moving, but our horizontal is not moving. We gotta find out why. Yeah, so I don't know why this is not working. And you know why? Left stick and then right stick. This is wrong. This is exactly why it's not working. Left stick horizontal value and left stick vertical value. Left stick I had it set to right stick horizontal value. That's why it wasn't working. Now it should be working. Always double check your mistakes. You can screw up anything. And then it could be all wrong. So now I should be moving horizontally and vertically at the same time. You see? Back and forth, left and right. Strafe, strafe, strafe. Forward, strafe. Now, you're probably wondering, why the hell don't I have any gravity? And that's because we never adjusted the gravity yet. So now we're like floating. We have no gravity. So now we gotta adjust the gravity. I hope we set physics on. So now we can save. We got all that working. Now we gotta adjust the gravity. Okay, so the gravity is going to be a little bit more complicated here. I think we got it. We're going to create a jump button for our game. And to create the jump button, we're going to need to place a button down. So to create the gravity and the gravity for the jump button, we're going to create a jump button. This should be the last part of the tutorial. So you can create a full functioning FPS. Even we're going to create a run button. The run button's actually really easy, actually. But we're going to create the jump button and the gravity first. So gravity 1. Okay, since we already created an event here for following animations, is right here, we're going to copy another following animation here. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to create a completely new thing here so you guys don't get confused. So over here, we're going to do the jumping animation and the gravity. So we're going to spawn a new tool card, which is the jumping animation that I use. And then we're going to get a object position event. And then we're going to get one of these mathematical events again. And then we're going to get the fancy X, Y, and Z position events. So make sure this one is Z and make sure this one is Y. Make sure you connect your X to X, your Z to Z, and your Y to this. Make sure your operand 2 is that. You're going to connect all three of these connected to your game character. This is going to be your jumping mechanic. All right. We're going to select a physics plane here. Make sure we select fast object because this is going to be the jump. We don't want to go through this. We're going to make it pretty large. We're going to select this as the jumping for our character. We're going to grab a generic, we're going to grab a variable data source. We're going to connect our operand 1 so we can edit this on the fly. We're going to grab another variable data source, because this is going to be the physics for this. The physics type by default is going to be set to 3, which is invisible, no collision. And this one, the random value is probably going to be -1. We're just going to say -1. We're going to press start to see where it lands. We need this to be -150, possibly -150. Let's see what -150 gives us. Okay, let's just say -175 or -2 actually. So this is going to be an invisible jump pad always following our character to create the jump illusion for the jump. I feel like this type of jump is more accurate in trials. Everything else is pretty janky and you can break the jump. This one you will never break the jump. It's almost impossible to break the jump. So what we're going to do is in order to create a jump, we're going to use a data source. We're going to create an off event. Let's say on press, share the event, turn off the button. Turn off the button in the beginning because we don't need it, because the event starter is going to turn on any in-game buttons. So starting with the jump button. So this is going to set the physics to 1. We're going to go back into the menu, collect another set value event. And we're going to set this value to -50. The higher the number, I'm guessing the higher the jump, but don't make it too high because, you know, then you won't be able to jump because it's going to be above your game character. So keep that in mind. We're going to set the interval, which the jump will be disabled. So we're going to say we're going to be in the air for about... We're going to be in the air for about... 200 milliseconds before we go back to the value. The original value. So the original value is going to be 3. And then the original value here, the default value, is going to be -2. And you would also want a jumping sound as well. So we're going to select a jump sound. Unselect. Go over the sounds. We're going to use the Swift sound. Put the static 2D. So that's going to be the jumping sound. And we're also going to do a footstep system now. So give that another save and pat on the back for getting through that one. So the footstep sounds, we're going to grab another interval trigger. And we're going to grab a generic filter. We're going to grab a two of these. And we're going to say on true, on false. 1 tick. Select this. We're going to calculate the speed of our game character. Dispersion value 1, the game character. I think a natural default setting is 900. When it comes to the gravity I'm going to select, which I'll tell you in a second. If it's greater than 900, it will turn on the sound effect. If it's less than 900, the sound effect for the footsteps will not play. Okay, so now we're going to say footstep sound. What is a great footstep sound? I think it's the snow effect. And we turn up the pitch all the way up. I think that's a perfect sound effect, and we're going to be using for our skill game. And we're going to turn on the 2D physics, just that. Make sure that this is super far away from the map, so we cannot hear the initial sound. Okay. And we're going to have an interval trigger, another one, to play the footstep sounds. And we can also have an on and off for this. So set this to the speed of the character. I'm gonna say 600. This. Make sure it's off. Make sure you connect these. I'm also going to change, I'm going to put another variable data source here, because if you wanted to create a running animation, you can change the speed of the running animation here. Right now it's set to, I can't even see the number because it's so damn small. I think it's 30. Can't see. I literally can't see this number. I'm going to see it on my capture card. We are at, looks like that is a 36. So you can change the speed of this. So for a running animation, I'm guessing you would want a lower number here. So if you're running or not running, right? Which we're going to create a running animation now right here. Two values here. So the default animation, the defaults are going to be 380 speed. Which is going to be the speed here. And we're going to say you're going to run to 580 speed. And then this one's going to be 36. 36 speed. And this one's going to be 26 speed. And that's going to be the running animation. So the running animation, I think, was X, right? But we're not going to follow this shit. Sorry. Language. We're not going to follow that stuff. We're going to follow, we're going to say running is, holding Y, or pressing Y actually. And now you can even add a flashlight to this as well. I'm gonna run out of buttons here. Um, but I'm gonna add the flashlight and the run button together. I'm running out of buttons here. Okay, so running is gonna be LB. No, LB is switch. RB is switch. So we're gonna say LB is run. Okay, so we go back to here and we turn on the run button. And the run button is going to be the top one here. We're gonna add a more buttons again. You can have this on hold or on press, but I'm gonna have it on press. Turn off the button. Be pretty simple now, following along. Almost 3 hours into the video, oh boy. And then make sure you crisscross the buttons. Turn on this button, and back to turning on this button. And that should be your running animation, or your running thing here. Yes. And this is going to be the running animation here when you move. Say on. So when it's more than 900 and then off. I'm going to trigger that running animation. You see? We're not even having gravity, and we have the footstep sounds, you see? We move, we press, we're running now. You see we jumped, but the reason why the jump button doesn't work because we never made a gravity system yet. So, yeah. But we're floating in the air, but the footstep systems are working. What the gravity system is going to do when we are in the air, the footstep sounds will not work, and the walking animation will turn off as well. You can also change the speed of the walking animation as well. By tying it to the interval for here. So it looks like we have to do a new type of interval trigger if we want to do that. So the duration is 1 second seems to be a good duration, but we can actually increase this value and decrease this value based on the speed of the character. So we're going to tie this to a variable data source, and we're going to call this the duration of the walking animation. And the duration of the walking animation will be based on the speed of the character. So the default, which I don't even know what a default is, is 60 ticks. So the default value here is 60. So what we can probably do here is say so the default value here, we all know, is going to be 60. And see the number. $60, and now this default value is going to be subjected to maybe half that, but I think it's going to be going too fast, so I'm going to try 50. And the reason why you're hearing other footsteps is because I have a whole contraption here. Possibly some footstep sounds here as well, which we're going to delete that. Alright, so that's pretty much the system we built here for the first person. We created a jump button, but now we have to create the final thing, which is the gravity system. We made a footstep system. We add some animations to the footstep system. An animation boggle movement, up and down walking animation. We even added a run button as well, which is great. Now we're gonna add some custom gravity. This is gonna be fun. Not fun, really. Okay, so our custom gravity, we're gonna add it up here or over here. So this is gonna be the custom gravity for the character. Gravity is all about gravity. You want to have good gravity in your game, or it's just gonna look sluggish. So ease in. We're gonna start the end gravity, which we don't even know what the end gravity is yet. So I think the gravity that I used was -3000, which is the start value. So the gravity is -3000, And then the n value is going to be negative 13,000. I'm going to say negative 15,000 though. We're not done with the jump button just yet as well. We're going to add a double jump as well. It's going to take 1 second to get from negative 3,000 to negative 15,000. You understand? That's the equation. Right, it's going to reset when disabled as well. It's going to be off though right now. So what we're going to do is we're going to add a trigger. A hit trigger. So the hit trigger for our skill game is going to say between the floor and not the floor. Okay? So we're going to say disable after hit is unchecked. Make sure object instances, turn off everything else, is the game character. Now we're going to say that object instances 2, I recommend having like an object that's invisible, but it acts like the floor. So the best object I can think of using is going to buildings and having this one. So this object right here is going to be acting as the floor. Okay? And make sure this object is invisible as well. Make sure it is, turn off visibility, but before you turn off visibility, make sure it is contact response. And what we're going to do is only on those platforms we can jump on. Everything else we cannot jump on. Okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to say object types. Anything of this type of object will be jumpable. Anything else we will not be able to jump on. That's how you don't create breakable levels. Okay, and then we'll actually have to create the floor as the lava, right? So, yeah. So we're going to say the floor is the lava for this one. So we're going to say if we touch the ground, automatically is the lava. Now we're going to take our game character, custom gravity, which is object gravity, and apply it to the new custom gravity, which is called object gravity. So what's going to happen here is every time we jump, right? Let me on hit and on leave. So every time we jump, we're going to turn off something. And we're going to turn on something. So when we leave, so when we hit the floor, something's going to turn on. On hit. On leave, something's gonna turn off. And that is exactly what we're gonna do. So when we leave the floor, we're gonna turn off this. And we're gonna turn off this. So when we leave the floor, our sound effects should not work anymore, and our animation, walking animation, shouldn't work anymore. Okay, so when we jump, it should automatically turn on and off as well, this thing. That phone's gonna go swimming as well. Okay, so when we hit the floor again, we should be able to jump again. Now, if you notice, something's wrong here. Let's play around with our linear damping. Put that to 60 and put this to 50. Actually, no, we're gonna set this to 99 because we don't want our character to move that well. Okay, so we're gonna set this to 80. You see, we're actually like hovering in the air. So that's actually not very good. So what we got to do here is we got to adjust the gravity even larger. Negative 35,000. You can set this number to whatever number you want. We're going to say negative 35,000 something, okay, to see how that works. Okay, we broke the jump, it looks like. Doesn't make any sense to me. Alright, something is going on with the jump button. We're turning off the jump button, right? When we... Well, that's why. When we hit the floor, the jump button should be on. Okay, to create a more realistic movement is we need to adjust settings a bit more here. We're gonna have to add some custom gravity when we jump, so it doesn't feel so sluggish, you know what I'm saying? So this is on hit, so when we hit the floor it's default value, when we leave the floor it's negative something else. So let's start setting this to negative 3000 because that's the default value. So this works if we leave the floor. So when we leave the floor, when we hit the floor, it's negative 3000, so we can walk normally. So we're not like, we feel like we weigh 1,000,000 pounds. When we leave the floor, we're going to set this value a little bit higher. I'm going to set it to 10,000. Or 10,000 something. And to make matters even a little bit better, we're going to adjust the speed in the air. So our normal speed on the ground is going to be... and then this will obviously affect the speed here. So we're not going to touch that. So we will be able to jump when we hit the floor. Or so it's going to do that. So we're going to have to jump off the floor as well. So ground, we can jump off the ground as well. Okay, so we set that. We set that. Okay, so we're also going to set a whenever we hit the floor type of thing. on hitting the floor. Set a little sound effect as well. We're not done yet. We're about almost 3 hours into the walkthrough here, and we still got to do a gun. So don't run away just yet. We're following along. It is quite complicated, but I'm gonna make it so it's good. What's I gonna do here again? It looks like that's too much gravity, so let's adjust the gravity so it's not too drastic. Let's adjust it to something lower. Negative 8,000 maybe. It looks like here something is happening, and we gotta figure out what the hell is happening. Looks like on leave is turning that off. But we also gotta say the ground as well. Because the reason why, because we were landing on the ground, and then the game thought, oh, we left the other platform, so it's not going to register. So now it's the ground and the custom blue dotted line as well. So we have two jumping points. The floor, which is the terrain all around us, and these custom little objects as well. See? Now I can jump up here again. Before I couldn't. When I touch the floor, I'm going to start losing health. I should start losing health. It's taking its sweet time though, so the bar is going down. So let's adjust that bar a little bit. So I won't be able to really walk on this terrain because this terrain is kind of bumpy. So for me, it's not really working that well. But on a terrain that's like flat, there's no problem. You see what I'm saying? So the floor is lava. And I should be able to run and jump. We created a running and jumping mechanic as well. Alright, so we done that. Let's create the double jump. So the double jump is going to be off. So we are in the air. We're going to wait. What is it? We're just going to make an on event here. You want to add triple jump, quadruple jump, quadrastic jump, whatever you want to add. You can add always an extra jump character as well. So that's a double jump. And make sure your second jump is higher than your third jump. It's super simple, right? Alright, that's the second jump was added there. Super simple. Just copied the logic over. Just added on. You can always disable this and get the double jump upgrade and then add this back again. Super simple. Super simple. Not really, but alright, so we're gonna do the final stage of the thing. We added the custom gravity, which is actually a little bit easier than the gravity I had over there. So we have this. If you wanted to add like a jetpack jump, you can also add a little bit more leeway here, like 1 second. So I'm gonna give you a shot. So let's say your second jump's a jetpack. You see how much farther I got? So you can have like a jetpacking sound while this is going on as well. So just to give you a little bit extra stuff there. But make sure your second jump is higher than your last, because the gravity is kicking in, right? Because remember, you start at 3,000 gravity. You're eventually going to reach 35,000 gravity in a second. So it's almost like terminal velocity. So in terminal velocity standards, you're going to reach from negative 8,000 to 35,000 something, right? So when you're in the air doing a second jump, you're already applying more weight as you come down because there's terminal velocity gravity that we have going here. So remember to always make sure you add 100 milliseconds to your jump every time you do a jump, so you're always applying that terminal velocity, because it's going to be harder to it's going to be a harder fall. Let's just be honest here. You can also adjust the weight of the character based on how high the altitude is. You could do stuff like that, but I think the more easier way to do it is to apply this gravity. It's a lot more simpler the way I'm doing it. Okay, so we have the checkpoint system. If you die, you should respawn from this checkpoint. Checkpoint systems are easy. Right, we're going to have a second checkpoint here. So if you die, you're going to respawn from this checkpoint. I'm going to turn this on so we can select the new checkpoint. You can put this in the HUD menu if you'd like, but I'd rather leave it off. So when we die, we're going to have this checkpoint there. Let's select a gun. Where are our guns at? So there's going to be a gun turret here. It's going to be a machine gun we're going to set up 3 hours into the video here, the tutorial. And this machine gun is going to be firing bullets at us. And we're going to tell you how to follow this. I'm going to tell you how to follow this, the rider at all times. So we're going to have a physics thing here. And we're going to say glue object. Sometimes it's hard to select. Okay, so we're gonna have this the center point right here. This is going to be an animation. The reason why we put this cube here is because we're going to have a different type of animation here. We're not going to have an emitter. So what we're going to do here is we're going to have a camera. We're going to turn off everything, put this to 0, target this, turn off the settings here. So what we're going to do is, since this is the only target thing in the game, we're going to have this borrow the coordinates of this. So you're going to see what I'm talking about. So we're going to put another interval trigger down. We're going to, because we're going to do added damage thing, right? We're going to put an OPE, 2 OPEs. We're going to have the first one to say this and this. We're going to have the second one just to do this one, set rotation. We're going to have the vector do this. And another vector for this. This is going to be the angle vector. The vector for this, we're going to tell it to follow this shit. I mean, this object. We're going to say the camera is going to follow that object. We're going to say the object's angle is going to follow this as well. So now the gun should be following the character. Doesn't matter where we go. We can test that out by hitting the test. Now it doesn't matter where we go. Even if we go in three-dimensional space, what the hell's going on? I think our jump button is not resetted. So it doesn't matter where we go, the gun is always going to follow us. And since it's a gun that can look up or down, you can take advantage of this gun. But this is where it gets interesting. Is you can apply an emitter to this, and you can have the same level of the gun follow the camera. So it doesn't matter if you go up and down, but let's just say you want this gun, but then the thing is going to fire bullets at you. It doesn't matter. So this gun is stationary. You can just have an emitter firing bullets at you. But if you want to follow, it doesn't matter where you are. Right, we can try to also do pitch as well. Hold on. I love this game immediately. Don't do the pitch, please. Let's do bank. So yeah. Let's do a different one then. With this pitch. How about one with just bank? Well, I'm just gonna have this one for now. So if you want to make a boss battle and the boss battle's following you around, shooting you while moving, you can do that as well. And with this next animation setup, I'll teach you how to do that for sure. So we're gonna use a path follower event for the bullets. We're going to have a node event. We're going to have another object position event. We're going to tell this node here to follow this tip right here, which I can select. We're going to uncheck this, and we're going to do this. We're going to add another one here. We're going to say this here. We're going to add this here. We're going to see this path node We're gonna tell the path node to follow our game character. Okay, and then we're going to pass the chain over here. So what we pretty much just did there is we're going to have an animation. Now we're going to say this. We're going to say this ball right here, this red ball is going to be the bullets. And this is going to be the object. And let's go back to our damage meter. So I'm going to say object, this object right here is going to inflict 25 damage into us. And then animation value is going to be 10,000. It could be a machine gun, but I see that now. You see how it's just shooting bullets at us? Even if we kind of go down here. Going to be shooting bullets through the thing, but you want to use a physical bullet. This is an animation, so it's not going to really work. Even if we do set it to an animation, it's not going to really work, really. So we can even say to make this a little bit less annoying, we could just grab another set of these. We can just say when this specific object touches me specifically, right? We can say it hides the object. Visible on leave as well. So on leave, on hit. It's a little bit feasible now because before it pushed us. Now it's not going to push us as much because when the object touches me, the physical properties of this object are not engaged anymore. So then it's a little bit easier to thing. We can also add a distance value. When we are a certain distance between the value and the thing, that it's a little bit different. We're actually going to do that. We don't need to add a different value. We're going to add a generic filter here. We're going to add a distance operator. We're going to say world because we're calculating 3D space. We're going to say this turret and this event, it should be a positive number. We're going to say comparison value 1. And we're going to say when this turret is in proximity range of a different object, on true versus on false, based on a different mathematical value here. So we're going to say within so within 30 meters. So greater than 30 meters. So less equals of 30 meters. So on true it's off, on hit is on. So what's going on here is when this, so when we are in proximity range, so like I'll give you a test run. So we did it wrong here. It's got to be greater. So when we're closer to the object, so pretty much when we leave the vicinity, I guess what's going to happen is that's going to happen. Reset when disabled. When we leave the area, I guess we can say when we leave it's hidden. When we're in, hidden. But when it's on. So if you're in 3 hours and 30 minutes into this full FPS tutorial with checkpoint system, jump, gravity, AI turret shooting laser balls at you, then give yourselves a pat on the back. We're gonna do the gun emitter. This is actually pretty easy to do. Okay, so we created a gun. Now this gun is gonna have to explode. Okay. when we shoot at it. So what we're gonna have to do here is we're gonna have to make ourselves a little boss battle, and we're gonna end off the tutorial here. So we're gonna create a little hitbox for the gun, or actually the hitbox could be this turret here actually. So what we're gonna do here is we're gonna say let's just spawn one from scratch. So this is gonna be the boss's health meter. So we're going to grab another another type of thing here. We're gonna grab a little mini of these and just place it around our playscape here. Okay, we won't make it so we go on top of the roof. We'll just do that. We can go on top of there. Okay, so we're gonna make the health bar for the thing, and then generic filter. And we're gonna make the emitter the next target there. So we're gonna be killing this target. And if you don't want to use a HUD menu like I'm gonna be using, then you can use like a mini health bar. You can be above the character. If you made it this far, you should know how to do that already. Sending. Doesn't really matter what name it is. So that's going to be the boss's health. The boss's health is going to be 1,000. You're going to decrease his health by 25. And then we're also going to have to make another event when the boss dies. We're going to grab another Invert trigger. The invert trigger is going to kill the boss based on a certain value, and that value is going to be the boss's health. Less equals, when it reaches equals or less, the boss will explode. We will turn off all the other functionalities of the boss. We will give the players like 100 points. Make sure you set this to increase because it's always going to set the score. So the score is going to be 100 points. And then we can set this the other value to 1. We killed one enemy. One enemy we have killed. So we're going to set the items to 1. You can also count this down to make it a little bit easier. But then you can't really track, so I don't recommend doing it. You can have 2 values, one for tracking and one for accumulating. I want to accumulate this amount. We're going to shut off the boss's functions. The boss's functions are going to be this event here. Just everything about this. We're going to shut off this event. Shut off this event. Shut off these events. And shut off that event as well. We're gonna hide stuff. The things we're gonna hide definitely is this ball here and this turret. So this is on true when that happens. This is an example. I'm not going to go into mega details, but you can make anything in Trials Editor look good. And we're not going to need this anymore, so we're going to turn this thing off. Well, So that's going to be the boss's health, pretty much. Now we're going to save because we made a boss health, and our own health as well, and some respawn systems as well. And the floor is lava as well. So pat yourself on the back if you made it 3 hours and 35 minutes into this video. We're going to end the final part of the video by creating a gun. Now a flashlight could be done as well, which was, I think, the Y button. We can easily throw on a flashlight. We're going to add a gun though. Okay, so we're going to add an emitter. We're going to add the emitters over here so it's a little bit away from the thing. Okay, so the emitter is going to be emission count 25. Emission thing. We're going to probably add the thing to 10,000. So our emitters are going to be we're going to emit little cone things. And then we're going to add a second gun only. We're going to emit these things. Purple. Little purple shots. Make sure you hide these bullets away from the map as well. So this is an example. I'm going to keep them here. Make sure that both of these are scaled down. It's going to be the bullets. And let's add the gun. I'm just going to use a preset gun since this is an example. We're going to have this hefty gun. What the hell is going on? You gotta remember that this gun is gotta be no physics to it. Remember, if you want to select anything close to you, object finder, emitter. You can move the emitter out of the way. Easy. We can work on this gun now. we're going to share the animation. And I think the animation coordinates we're going to need are these, but I'm not sure. It could be wrong. Give it something like this. Make sure that the gun is not contact response. We're going to go back to our character here. And this is going to be the gun. It's actually working good. So we're going to have to put this down a little bit. Um, okay, so you're gonna have stuff coming out of this gun as well. You can have a fire effect or whatever effect you want at the tip of the gun. So you can just select your glue object. So I'm going to select this one and this one. You can also add like an effect onto the gun right here on the tip, and it's just select your new object glue. You can select each individual glue. If you can't select it, you can use the you know, so right now I can't select this, but I got it to select. Now I can't select this, so I'm gonna go to my object finder and select emitter. That's the wrong emitter. Emitter, and then I could move the emitter up. Do you see? Okay. And then now I want to select both emitters now. So I'm going to put a variable data source here. I'm going to say select both emitters, multi-select mode, emitter. I'm going to say X confirm. Both emitters are selected. The abled button will be converted to data source. It's not going to fire any bullets. So what we're going to do, we're going to activate the shooting button now. So the shoot button, what we're going to do is we're going to do X, LT is to shoot. I was actually gonna add 2 guns, but 2 separate bullets. In here. So that's the purple one. That's the red one. That's the green one. So now we know which ones they are. That's purple. This is green. So we're gonna do that. This is gonna be the Alright then. And now we're going to do a alright, we're gonna have 2 shooting buttons. Make sure that all the buttons are off. Did it wrong already. We converted it to numbers. So that's gonna be on, that's gonna be off. So 1 is on. So 1 is off. Do you see the number comparisons here? And then we're gonna say RB switch weapons. Um, and again, if they break, then you can use the delays again. Play between the on switches, like I said, like 3 hours ago. Damn. Did I turn off each button here? I did. The crisscross buttons again. So that's going to turn on this button. And turn off these buttons. I'm just gonna turn on this button. Turn off these buttons. So let's say, what is the default color for this? Purple. The purple gun, and this is the green gun. Purple gun. And this is the purple gun. Yep, that's the thing. We gotta go back to the inventory here and select the new guns. That one. All right then. So we got the guns to work there. Test it. This is gonna be automatic. So now we're shutting off the ammos for each one if we switch weapons. Switch to the green gun. We're gonna shut off. We're gonna have to shut off the sound there. Shut off the purple gun. Shut off the green gun. I mean, we shut off the purple gun. Good work. And the reason why they're on is because we didn't shut off the... Let's... This is the purple. Now we can increase the physics bubble now. $100 should be good. Put those underneath the map now. This should not be on right away. Start the game, so it's killing us automatically. I think something like this should be in like the Red Links tutorials, because you know, if you open up the examples, there should be like all these. I think there should be like one for skill games in there, because the most advanced one in there has to be the clock. Clock right here. A really nice one. Alright, let's kill the boss now. Hey, we killed the boss. Woohoo. Alright. So now we can actually die here. Now we have the green gun and the purple gun. Gonna take a little bit to die here. Alright, that is the end of the tutorial. That's a 4-hour full FPS tutorial with a gun with a double jump. And you can also do a flashlight as well here. Which is very, very easy to do. You can just activate toggle, you know. And go to light sources. And this one's very easy, just put it on toggle. Alright, so that is the end of my full FPS tutorial. I'm Sane the Legend, and that was pretty hard to set up. We made a few mistakes here and there. We corrected it. It's pretty nice. We added a lot of stuff. So the things that we covered in this tutorial, which you should have already, is a gun emitter system that shoots physical bullets, and then you can switch between the guns and it will reset your ammo types. The green gun and the purple gun, whatever guns you desire, you can just set it up. So if you want more buttons and more rows, you're gonna have to do a setup like this, where you're just gonna keep stringing the buttons. So you have like several different guns. And then, so in this skill game, we covered the basics of everything. How to set up a first-person camera. How to set up a health system. How to set up a little boss battle. How to set up a gravity system. How to set up a little checkpoint system. How to set up a jump system. How to set up a jump button. A walking animation. How to set up the right camera to move with the thing, with the player. How to set up a menu. How to set up an FOV zoom. And this is a good FPS. Hopefully it wasn't too complicated. This FPS setup, we did a good job here. And that's the end of the FPS tutorial. So I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope this helped you. Yeah, I hope this was a very useful tutorial that helps you build a nice first-person adventure, first-person shooter. It is a first-person shooter, a nice FPS tutorial. It has a run button, it has a jump button, a double jump button with custom gravity and everything. It's actually really well done. It has a little bit of a walking animation. Can probably tweak it a little bit better. And yeah. So that is the end of the tutorial. Hope you guys loved it. Hopefully it was helpful. Hopefully y'all will see more first person stuff from this tutorial. Remember, I went all out. I created so many different elements to make your first person tutorial come to life. And I'm going to add one more thing, which are the collectibles. So I'm going to spawn in some collectibles here. If I can find them, that would be great, though. Okay, so pretend these are the collectibles we're going to collect here. Okay. Which could be... Okay, so we're going to say... guys should already know how to do this. These are collectibles. Make sure it's object instances so you can pick them up. And we're going to put a collectible here. We're going to put a collectible here. And a collectible up here. And you can make these collectibles increase your health as well. And they should also, yeah. Yeah, so you can increase the score and increase the multiplier and all that jazz. Make sure you target it to your increasing the score and then increasing the multiplier. You can also make them increase your health as well, which could be found over here. And remember, that's the baseline for how to make a good first FPS, first-person shooter in the Trials editor. Hopefully that was not confusing. Hopefully I didn't melt your brain. And if I did, I'm sorry. I did edit this for 4 hours. 4 hours and 15 minutes now. And that is the end of the tutorial. I'm gonna get some sleep because I am very tired. I've been up a little bit right now. Take a little bit of a nap. I'm gonna create more tutorials in the future. So the next tutorial I'm gonna do is a third-person tutorial. So look out for that one. A third-person sphere tutorial, how to make a sphere game, third-person tutorial. And I think I'm probably gonna make an AI tutorial, how to make proper AIs and stuff. Once I figure that out, of course. So the next tutorial for sure coming out is the third-person tutorial. I feel like this tutorial is pretty good. I feel like you're going to learn a lot. I feel like I've added a lot of elements here, so I'm actually going to do how do I say it? I'm going to do a wrap-up, and you can see what I did, right, as the final test. I started with a menu system, then I transitioned into the HUD system where you can calculate values. Then I did an FOV system. Then I did a health system, which you can also use ammo, max ammo, and ammo systems with it too. I did a respawn system, which is also your checkpoint system as well when you run out of health. Then I did the then I also did a damage system as well. Then I did the first person rig, which is all the camera, got the camera settings done. Then I did the jump system, the walk animations, and the footstep sounds, and the jumping, and the running, and I did the moving system, and this is part of the jumping system as well. I added the double jump, then I added the gravity, and then I added the AI that follows and shoots bullets at you, and then I did the health system for the AI. Then I did the shooting gun system with the two guns, the purple gun and the green gun, and the swap between the two weapons. And then I created the ammo system that shoots and stuff. So I did a lot. I did a lot. I hope that helped. I hope that was a good FPS tutorial. I also did inverts as well. I did a lot. So this is the full FPS Sane tutorial. And hopefully this can help you build some pretty solid FPSs. And I want to see what you guys can do. Alright, because at the end of the day, I made Metroid Prime. I made Resident Evil. I want to, I don't know, see what you guys can come up with. Make a Call of Duty. Make a Portal. Make a Dead Space. Make whatever you'd like. But remember, always test out your games. Always make it better. And if you're switching between game characters, remember I can have a first-person rig and a third-person rig and use the a button input and use the game character event, and I can switch the game character back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So you can have an entire logic rig with just the first person and an entire logic rig with just the third person, but they're separate rigs, and you can just use the game character event to switch between one rig to the next. So you can have a whole rig to drive a vehicle like in Halo, and then you can have another rig which is your first person character, and you can transition between both. Do you understand? So the game character switching is like switching your game character. So you're switching from a vehicle back to your first person rig. If that makes sense a little bit, with the Metroid Prime build. So I'm actually going to show you my Metroid Prime build right now. So I'm going to load the map. I'm probably going to have to save this again. So the Metroid Prime map I did is a little bit more complicated. I think I showed it in the beginning of the almost 4.5 hour video. Is this Metroid Prime, which we're pretty much did. So this is a full-fledged FPS level that I've done. You walk around, it's the same exact thing, jump with a different type of thing. Collectibles, different gun swaps. And then you go from the one character back to this character, back to this character. Now this character, if you switch the game characters back and forth, you will break the game. As if you watch Donut, he broke my game. Which is good because then I can make a better game. I have a visor mode here. This is the Chozo Ruins level. The exact same basic setup. There's an AI up there that will spawn. And this is the game character. So in the next tutorial, I will make this specific type of character. You're gonna have like a little boost. You can boost and stuff. You can make a bomb. You can also jump. You can also change the color as well. You don't have to pay $30 for blue in this skill game. And that's how you make a first-person skill game setup. Although the level design is all up to you. I made this level. It's a remake from one of my favorite games that I grew up with when I was like 12 years old when I played this game. This game came out when I was 12 years old. So, this is what I remade. So if you want to remake your passion project or just any level that you want, but I prefer you make something from scratch, but you can also remake your favorite video game level, and I made Metroid Prime. So whatever you'd like to do, you can make it in the Trials editor. So I hope you liked the Trials Rising first-person game that I made, and I'm Sane the Legend. And I'll see you on the third-person skill game build later on this week. Laters.